I think we can start with the presentations as soon as you're ready.
So how many people are here? How many students?
Everybody ready? Well,
they are joining.
Everybody,
20.
Welcome to this new edition of the Master. I am very, very happy this evening or this afternoon because I have two wonderful guests, Paola Falini and Javier Monclús. No? Both are close friends, both great colleagues and also masters. Javier Monclús, you have his curriculum, but I can remember he is architect from the School of Architecture in Barcelona, the famous school in Barcelona, in Diagonal. And he's a full professor first in the Polytechnic of Catalonia, and now he's a professor and was director also in the School of Engineering and Architecture in the University of Zaragoza. He's a great researcher with a large career in this field, but he's also a practitioner and he's also a very engaged person with the city of Barcelona first, and now with his new guest city, Zaragoza. I have the great pleasure to share many platforms of thinking with Javier, because he's also a great promoter of ideas, new ideas, change among architects and urban planners and designers. And I must say, finally, he's not a person used to be in the comfort area. He's always trying to find new challenges, new ideas. Now, the School of Architecture, later a new magazine, really, really interesting. A new book must be one of the key books in this master from our point of view, from the urban scale, the urban visions for planning culture to landscape urbanism, and so on. Thank you very much to be with us this evening, and it's a great pleasure to hear you. We hope to be with you again. It's a pity not to have this full this close contact in the classroom with more direct change of ideas with the students. But I recommend all of the students this evening ask Javier whatever they feel, because he's also a wise man and he has a holistic view of the urban planning and urban design and the city, you know, and can discuss and offer renew ideas in nearly in any field you can imagine. Thank you very much, Javier. I am not reading; it's completely spontaneous, but I hope can introduce the real character, not the standard curriculum, but the real character of the person. Thank you very much again, and you are in the stage. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Welcome to everybody, and thank you for the invitation. And Jose Maria, thank you for your nice presentation, and congratulations for the development of this Master of Collective Housing, especially in this very strange situation with all the circumstances derived from the pandemic. Anyway, it's a pleasure to be here. Well, it's not the same to be with you directly with this virtual meeting, but anyway, it's a pleasure to share some thoughts about housing and the city, and especially in this model landscape and urban design directed by Jose Maria Arteaga. I hope that we can first present some topics of historical experiences in collective urban housing, what was the commitment, and then comment some questions on by using the tools of this virtual meeting. So I need to share the screen, right?
Yes.
And this is
in the lower part of the screen. Yeah.
No, I think it's this one. Okay. This is it's okay now?
Yes. Now we see your PowerPoint. We just need to click on full screen.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. It's okay now?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say something about wars in urbanism. How wars are used in the architectural and urban planning discourse. How some of them get backed again and again and become keywords for present-day architecture and urbanism. During the last weeks and months, we all have been thinking on the impact of the global COVID pandemic. The issue is still being understood, but it does seem clear that this crisis will make a mark on cities physically and socially that will echo for generations. What we know well is that the way we plan our cities, project housing, has always been a reflection of prevailing cultural and technological trends, and even major crises, the cholera epidemics in the 19th century, sparked the introduction of modern urban sanitation. Housing regulations around light and air were introduced as a measure against respiratory disease in our crowd slums in Europe during the Restoration. In the 20th century, tuberculosis, typhoid, polio, or the so-called Spanish flu breakouts prompt urban planning, slum clearance, etc. Modernism itself in architecture with these airy spaces, single-use zoning, separating residential and industrial areas, for instance, what's a response to this bad situation. And as we all know, in the first decades of the 21st century, the problems of our cities are new and have different dimensions. Housing is changing according to the new sociological and technological condition. However, we still need area spaces, sunlight, and air in our homes, so use. Therefore, we can learn a lot after this lockdown. Cities can draw many lessons. But the main goal of my presentation is not about the lesson of this crisis. It is just to realize that we can learn from historical experiences in collective urban housing, which is the title of the presentation. So what lessons can we learn from the experiences of the past, especially from the urban planning and housing culture? What about the important modernist tradition, which was so determined by those hygienic and urban problems at the beginning, since the beginning of the 20th century? So there are a lot of articles and interviews with experts have been published in the media during the last weeks. I have made this word cloud with some texts recently published about the pandemic crisis, including some of myself, And the result is that they show several familiar keywords. So as you can see, we find the following. We find here, we find housing, we find planning, we find urban, we find complexity, we see quality, continuity, flexibility, urban spaces, community, or sidewalks, neighborhoods, etc. So all these very familiar keywords for anyone who is familiar with the tradition and the history of town planning and history of architecture. Looking from a historical perspective, it is clear that architects and planners have always been very conscious and conditioned by those problems. Slums, crowded housing, density, open spaces have become keywords. So how much is different and new? So it's important to see the changes and also the continuities in housing theories and projects. So we could see this by focusing our analysis and comment on the urban dimension of collective housing projects. We can begin with Peter Hall, an important urbanist geographer, urban historian, and planning historian. It's important to see what he says in this very known, very important book about cities of tomorrow, the intellectual history of urban planning and design. He says the following: many of the key ideas and key precepts cannot be properly understood set in that context. They are just a few key ideas in 20th century planning with re-echo and recycle and reconnect. I think this is very, very important. After 100 years of debate, what happens with all these familiar concepts and familiar keywords? If we, the last years, the urban sociologist and urban planner Richard Sennett has been developing an interesting discourse on the open city as opposed to the modern closed city. He always argues about the idea of an open city, which is one in which people learn to manage complexity, which is another keyword. So, in his latest works, Building and Dwelling, his last book, he explores the divorce, the growing gap between the ville, in French, as he says, is the built forms of the city, and the cité, the way the city is lived by the people who inhabit it. So all this discourse is about relearning and recovering the balance lost between what has been built and what is lived in. According to Sennett, the break was greater after the Athens Charter. So in the middle of the 1930s, the gap became patent in the states, in the housing states, since they were produced after the war in Europe. Sennett promotes the virtues of an open city that accepts and works with complexity, ambiguity, and uncertainty. An open city, he says, will work with its complexities, making, as it were, a complex molecular of experience. And the role of the planner and the architect will be both to encourage complexity and to create an interactive synergetic will greater than the sum of its parts within this focus of order will orient people. Of course, she's not the only one who talks about these issues. There are other people, other authors who follows these critical visions, from Jane Jacobs to up to Jan Geller now. Sennett quotes both in his book and always asking himself what could be done to manage complexity, to manage the complexity of the city, and we can say the complexity of housing and the city. He always even proposed the different 5 urban design principles of primacy, public realm, porosity, punctuation of urban places by markers, and very important, an evolutionary approach to urbanism, where building and places are never complete, and also the rejection of conventional rigid master plans. When we see here Richard Sennett with Jane Jacobs in the 1960s in New York, It's very important, and he always make reference to the conversations with James Jacobs, and he always asks about this, how would James Jacobs do in these circumstances? So, in the next minutes, I will focus on the urban scale. On the urban scale and the urban dimension of housing. I will first make a short review on some key urban planning ideas and paradigms: organic city, neighborhood unit, environmental areas, etc. Second, I will comment some modernist projects with the hypothesis that we can learn a lot from them, but not only we can learn from the good and the best projects, but also from some medium and even low quality projects, and also we can learn from mistakes. So we can learn from the best and good examples, but also from the wrong episodes and wrong experiences. And finally, third, I will make some comments on recent collective housing and its urban dimension. But just regarding the so-called compact city, the visions in the last years and the process of recovery of some of these traditional or modernist urban forms, just in order to see how valid and how different are from those earlier examples and projects. So here we have the structure of the talk, and we can refer and make a little excursion on the key concept, a metaphor, the organic city. This is one of the most relevant and constant urban planning ideas. The organic city, the city as an organism. This is a discourse that we find in modern urbanism during all the 20th century, from Howard Giddens to Lewis Mumford to Saarinen to Abercrombie to Serre to Alexander to many others. Since the beginning of the 20th century, but more and more towards the 1930s, we see the emergence of different versions of our organicism. According to the organicist theories, cities are like organisms and grow in an analogous way. Some characteristics of organic model are the autonomy of their parts, so the consequence is that settlements are separate spatial and social units. They are, or should be, according to this theory, balanced communities which grow naturally with limits defined by roads and by green belts. From Mumford to Saarinen and others, they use this metaphor, which led to more elaborated concepts such as the neighborhood unit, strongly linked to the idea of recovering the community, the spirit of community. Well, this is a very interesting issue, and we can, for instance, refer to a book published by Elias Saarinen in 1943, Finnish architect and planner. The city, its growth, its decay, its future. And the book emphasizes always this idea, the organic decentralization, organic growth of the cities. And it's always these keywords with others such as concentration and decentralization. So, planning ideas and urban design models after World War II were based on similar vision worldwide. Many of them were developed half a century ago, and the war offered a unique chance to put them into practice. The neighborhood unit idea became the most important planning paradigm after the war, especially in European cities. So, not going to explain this idea, it's very long, but just to sum it up, is about 6 principles: size, so limited size of the settlements; boundaries, so defined boundaries; open spaces; institution sites or facilities; local shops; and internal street system. Those are the 6 principles of the neighborhood city. So Jane Jacobs, other people are always referring to the community as the key idea and the key word. Sometimes there are sort of confusion with another idea, which is the superblock, which is not the same. Sorry. This is the neighborhood idea, and this is the superblock idea. It is interesting to know that it was associated to the confidence also in the spirit of community, or to some garden suburbs in the United States. For instance, in New York, Forest Hill Gardens, where this man, Clarence Stein, was living, was the author of with this other architect, with Henry Wright, was the main reference to the idea of the neighborhood unit. Perry thought that a basic unit was needed with a limited size, about 5,000 to 10,000 inhabitants. And that became almost like a dogma before the war, but mainly after the war. It was in Sunset Gardens in Queens, in New York, where a housing complex, this one, was projected by Clarence Stein and Henry White. And it was the more elaborated concept of a large-scale residential group developed. So the superblock was essentially a residential unit with a high environmental quality. There are other blocks, and it was the so-called Radburn model in 1928, which was a sort of update of the garden suburb layout to the conditions of the new era of the car. Beginning in the 1920s, modern urbanists developed some radical innovation in housing and urban forms that became consolidated by the support of the CIAM, the International Congresses of Modern Architecture, which began in 1928. We can remember that the subject of the debate with this very important Congress, the third CIAM 3 in Brussels in 1930, well, first was in Frankfurt for the minimal housing, and in Brussels was the rational site development. So that was the theme. And the debate was focused about the high, medium, and low-rise dwelling. What was better, high or medium or low-rise? So this Congress was when the high linear block was gaining ground as an alternative. So it's always this very known image of high-rise housing by Walter Gropius. But there are others, Hilbert Semen and Le Corbusier. But this one is very expressive of this paradigm shift from all housing models and traditional urban layouts to high-rise linear blocks and open spaces as an alternative. So not only Corbusier, Gropius, Cornelis van Sterren, and many others. But on the other side, it's interesting, the left side of the slide is a plant of the superblock of the Brigadiers by Le Corbusier. We also find here other North American experiences, Radburn. All these models were presented in this, were shown in this CIAM 3 Congress in Brussels. So we see, just in 1930, a sort of conversion of approaches to housing and urban layouts coming from the garden city tradition, but others coming directly from the functionalist and rationalist tradition. So other later proposals are in line with the spirit of new urbanism, in which urban blocks with conventional corridor streets are generally rejected in favor of open arrangement independent of highway systems. So the system of high-speed highway isolates high-rise buildings, and the green areas became dominant. That's the idea of the Ville Contemporaine of the Le Corbusier, towers and blocks in the park surrounded by highways. It's interesting to point out that the title here you see in the right side of the slide The title of this CM4 was, in French, the title was La Ville Fonctionnelle, which is called, in English, is the functional city. In Spanish, the Ciudad Funcional. But in Greek, was the organic city. So we see this is in Greek. And when the delegates arrived to Athens in the ship that brought the patries, they show this the title. Well, this is a very curious story. It was the organic city. But for them, it was the same. The organic city was the functional city. So, and if we consider now this well-known book by Spanish architect, planner, José Luis Sert, this book, Can Our City Survive?, published in 1924, this was a sort of version of the American version of the Athens Charter, which was the result of the CM4 held in 1933. But it's not interesting to note that José Luis Sert, in his book and in other articles and texts, include this metaphor, especially in this text about the human scale in city planning, published the year after, 1943. Here we see an emphasis on the neighborhood unit, something that was not so important in the book, and proved the influence of Lewis Mumford was promoting the notion almost everywhere. Therefore, even in functionalist planning, the organicism was a key word and concept. So all these diagrammatic plans for cities and sectors and neighborhoods and townships, I always say, and it's very curious how Sert is explaining the main concept. The city will grow like a plant does in an organic manner. The plant organic growth will be the opposite of the anarchical expansion of cities as they have developed in the last years. Despite the differences between modernist urbanists, modernists of the Siam, of the functional city, and the more organized discourse, we can see this kind of conversation, especially when we look to author and planner so important as Patrick Abercrombie, the author of the County of London Plan of 1943, which was the most important model for all European cities, even the Eastern, in the Eastern Bloc. So it's curious what Abercrombie says. Certainly between the Howard and Le Corbusier conception, there is room for considerable variety of ideas. So perhaps the gap between the two is not so wide as one might suppose. Taking this into consideration, it's curious to see that despite his principles were somehow alien to Siam's paradigm, housing developments in the plan were somehow modernist. There are many other authors who developed this organicist analogy, but not in the same way. One of the most influential was the essay by Christopher Alexander, published in Architectural Forum in 1965 with this title, A City is Not a Tree. It was a very short essay, but very, very important, very influential. The main thesis of A City is Not a Tree is that, you may know, the main thesis is that organic urbanism was right and artificial urbanism is wrong. So the first one is about those cities or part of cities, according to the author, that have been built in a more or less spontaneous manner over many, many years. And the second one, artificial cities, artificial urbanism, is about those that have been deliberately created by designers and planners. So this is echoes the criticisms by James Jacobs and others, but he emphasized the hierarchical conception of the city as a tree, where the branches of it emerge from a common trunk, but are isolated from each other. So Alexander focused his criticism on the emblematic results of modernist urbanism, such as Brasilia or Chandigarh, or other emblematic projects like the Greenbelt Towns or even the Abercrombie plan for London. It said Alexander sought to establish a new theory of urban design which attempts to recapture the process by which cities develop organically. It's organic development, writes Alexander. It's not a vague feeling of relationship with biological form. It's not an analogy. It's, they say, a specific structural quality. For instance, in a pattern language, a very important book after the 60s, it says, isolated buildings are a symptom of a sick society. We will see how much these somehow exaggerated theses are useful in our analysis of modernist collective housing projects. In 1963, an important report was published, Traffic in Town, by Colin Bohannon in United Kingdom. This report recommends promoting a main road network to favor vehicular traffic. However, it also calls for a delimitation of environmental areas in which pedestrian and environmental quality are clearly the priorities. The scheme will depend on three variables: environmental standards, motorized accessibility, and cost of prospective alterations. In a way, the idea of the environmental areas can be seen as an evolution of the idea of the superblock, of the sector, but with a traffic dominant perspective, define these areas, these environmental areas, as urban spaces. Buchanan acknowledged the question about the relevant layout, mentioning the main principle, the cellular organic approaches to urban structure. This is the urban cell, the cells in the environmental areas conceived as urban rooms that are in shares of holding urban quality of life, etc. The Buchanan report, this book became so fundamental. It was a call for the redefinition of urban structures in all European cities based on hierarchical view of the road system and its relationship with urban areas. The issue is that this basic premise is still valid in some way or some practice. So we can see the convergence of the models. All those urban planning ideas were based on similar visions worldwide, especially in European cities, Western and Eastern, after World War II. It was at that time when there was an almost universal agreement in those ideas and paradigms, from the organic city to the neighborhood unit, and so on in the US, from the garden city tradition to the new traffic system and environmental areas in the UK. And in France or in Europe, in continental Europe, from the supergrid to the theory of the sept voies or 7 ways by Le Corbusier and the Athens charters in everywhere. This convergence of ideas, models, and paradigms was codified in urban planning and housing regulation in the period of rapid urban growth between from 1950s, 1960s to 1970s. So let's go to the second issue. Learning from modernist collective housing estates. One major process which changed the form of our cities was the opening of the compact city and the proliferation of isolated buildings, mainly residential groups and housing estates, collective housing estates. This is powerful image by Colin Rowe and Fred Peter, very known, this very powerful image, in their important book, Collage City, published about 40 years ago. Here we see the change of vision in this expressive figure, from the compact city to the open city. Together, these two conceptions of the city may be seen as the alternative readings of a figure ground or solid void relationship. The one, a city of isolated solids in a continuous void. The other, a condition of defined voids streets, squares, etc., contained with a virtually continuous built solid. So, what about that city of isolated solid in a continuous void? This could be a good definition of what happens with all these housing estates and new developments in the post-war era of rapid growth in European cities. Some of them housing estates built according to the principles of the Athens Charters and the Siam principles. Beginning with Brasilia, the idea of the city of towers and slabs in a continuous open space structured by this hierarchical system of rows and residential units became the new paradigm that was applied, and we see in the case of Brasilia is one of the most paradigmatic examples. This is interesting to say that Brasilia was at the same time a very singular, unique project, but also a very paradigmatic one. For instance, regarding neighborhood units, we see the application of this idea. The residential wings of the wings of Brasilia are grouped in super squares of 500 by 500 meters in accordance with the neighborhood unit criteria. So we could comment about the ambivalence of this modern legacy, but and of course there are strengths and weaknesses, but the interesting issue is that just in about 1950s, almost everywhere, this model of the super blocks and neighborhood units was applied. So if we go to Chandigarh, this is another emblematic project of the modernist architecture and urbanism by Le Corbusier. So he applies the theory of the 7 ways related to the urbanism of sectors. Sectors, groups of neighborhood units and super blocks, etc. All these theories were applied in this very, very emblematic project, which I'm going to explain now. So this is a panoramic view, just in order to see how, with some variance, we can look to, for instance, this one of the most important experiences on urban housing project, the building of dozens of new towns in Europe, especially in the UK, after the war, especially around London, the metropolitan area of London. Between 1940s and 1970s, more than 32 new towns were built, and we can identify 3 different generations. Stevenage was the example of the first generation, Runcorn of the second one, Milton Keynes of the third one, and there are a lot of lessons that we can learn here. For instance, some of them could be Stevenage still very positive references, and the proof is that you can visit the town here. We have been with students a couple of times, and Harlow too. All these generation of new towns are working well, and even if they will see some large-scale suburban housing project. But if we go to others of the second generation, the Runcorn, there we find more and more failures or wrong episodes in Runcorn. What went wrong in Runcorn? The story of Runcorn is a very interesting one. So according to the master plan, the residential units were located according to this organic theory. These are bus stops, were always 800 meters from the stops. Rankers offer high density, low-rise solution, 5 stories. And these residential units will grow. We were planned to grow until reaching a radius of 5 minutes by foot, about 400, 500 meters. Then with around 8,000 inhabitants, there were densities about 170 inhabitants per hectare. So every neighborhood was subdivided in 4 areas of 2,000 inhabitants with facilities, primary schools, secondary facilities, etc. So it's very interesting to see how all this has worked rationally well. But if we go to one of these developments, the Southern State, that was a modernist public housing project, which was finished at the end of the 70s. And so the state was designed by James Stirling and comprised 1,500 residential units, but the state was demolished about less than 20 years after, 1992, and replaced with another housing development known as Harlow Park, based around more traditional design principles. It is paradoxical to think that the residential high-tech work by James Stirling and Rancor no longer exists, while his work during the same period at Previ in Lima, Peru, 1966, 1970s, is still in use and operating perfectly, successfully transformed by its users. Well, we have therefore many lessons to learn here, as well as we have, we are going to pass some images faster, now show some images of other important experiences of the time, beginning with Vällingby, a new town in the periphery of Stockholm, linked to, with all this organic structure and linked to the city, with this idea of mixing, with this so-called in Swedish ABC city model, which means this ABC is Arbetsbostadszentrum or work dwelling center. So with work, because it's working very well. And there are a lot of, now, if you go there, you find a high density suburb of 25, 30,000 residents. And you find that it's housing for about 60,000 people and employment for 9 or 10,000. So it's a place for work, not just a dormitory suburb. If we go to Tapiola in Helsinki, well, this is the, for some people, is the jewel of the crown. Even if at the beginning, it was called the Garden City. The beginning, Tapiola was thought as a new town conforming the organic decentralization theory. It is a state that quasi-independent towns situated near to Helsinki, and it was structured with neighborhood units, urban cells, system of aggregation, and so on. It's curious to say that Tapiola, the name Tapiola is derived from Tapio, which is the forest god of Finnish mythology. Visiting this new town, you can understand why. It is really a city of towers and blocks in the park or in the forest. Because of this, it is one of the best examples of modernist urbanism, an exceptional project opposite to other large-scale housing projects with desolated open spaces and road system. Let's now see, for instance, other examples very known. Lafayette Park in Detroit by Mies van der Rohe and with Ludwig Hilbersheimer as urban planner, built in 1959. You will see a very good example of a modernist idea of towers in the park. Towers in the park, actually, besides the 22-floor towers, there are other low-rise housing with sophisticated landscape and urban design. And the result is that the neighborhood unit is still, 60 years after it was built, very successful and safe, despite the neighborhood is located very near the center of Detroit, one of the most dangerous and violent cities in the USA. If we see now, for instance, other Western European cities, the modernist tradition in the UK was so important that the modern movement finally became the new orthodoxy of the 1950s and 60s. We can see this Churchill Gardens in Pimlico, built in at the end of the 40s and 1950s. It was a true laboratory of high quality urban form. It's a brilliant example of modernist urbanism and architecture. On one hand, it was planned as a neighborhood unit. On the other, it combines different kind of blocks with high quality urban spaces. And even now, which is always the proof, is visiting these places or knowing what's happening now, not just at the beginning, because some of them have improved and many of them are very more bad condition. So if we go to Roehampton flats in West London, Alton East, Alton West, were designed by the London County Council. The state is renowned by its mix of low and high rises modern architecture consisting of subtle Scandinavian influenced vernacular and slightly later contemporary in Alton West. Alton East considered as slab blocks, point blocks, low-level housing, and Alton West was considered by many British architects also the jewel of the crown of the post-war social housing. Alton West, as we can see, is almost direct translation of the Corbusier idea of the vie contemporaine, or the idea of the towers and blocks in the park. Again, here it was very important that Alton West in Roehampton was built in the parkland site on the edge of Richmond Park, very beautiful park in London, floating within this Georgian landscape. Well, Park Hill housing project in Sheffield. That was one of the most celebrated public housing schemes of the post-war period, and one of the first paradigmatic episodes to show the gap between expectation and realization. However, since the end of the 1950s, modernism became associated with social housing and with the dwelling of those who had no choice. So what went wrong here? The decline of Park Hill came soon due to devastation of the industry, the steel industry, but also because Park Hill became the ghetto of the suppressed underclass. There were sociological problems, it was a kind of sink state, but the urban and architectural design also has some responsibility because it contributes to the decline of the state. Public spaces, everybody now realized that even the defensors has the problem of belonging to nobody. So turned into neglected and desolated corridors. The radical modernist concept of street in the air, or the idea of the complete standardization of architectural solution. All this was not the best idea, the best way to facilitate its appropriation by the new inhabitants. If we go to Paris, for instance, we find impressive and interesting experiences such as this one in Le Point du Jour, a collective housing project of 2,000 dwelling units. And this is also an exceptional story because of the unique role of the architect, Fernand Pouillon, who was at the same time an architect and developer, very interesting person. But he was very interested in building a low cost to house the middle classes, to bring dignity to affordable housing. And in the last year, he has been corniced and claimed as one of the best architects in France involved in collective housing project. And well, we can see now this is the situation not at the beginning, but now if you go to know the site, or you can visit the site, is really impressive. The quality of the state and the semi-private and semi-public spaces, architecture, etc. But despite considerable experimentation in a lot of, in France, a lot of grands ensembles, the large-scale housing units, as in, for instance, Toulouse-le-Mirail was another emblematic project by Candeli Jusik and Booth. It was also a sort of mega structure like Park Hill, and the results were really poor. Well, it was very criticized because of the morphological monotony, hard architecture, the lack of facilities, the activities, and again the problems came soon. Not going to go in the story, but the issue is that we can find in Europe, in French cities, in this case, some interesting, very innovative, very brilliant housing project in that time of experimentation, 1950s, 1960s, up until 1970s, when thousands of housing estates or grands ensembles were built. But at the same time, we find many, we could say most of them, most of these grands ensembles, which got problems a few years after their construction. Looking now to Sarcelles. Sarcelles was one of these grands ensembles built on the outskirts of Paris. And we find the architect of the grand ensemble representing an example of the radical application of modernist concept, the absolute standardization of architectural solution with a monolithic composition in horizontal residential slabs, and it was organized in a rigid grid in strict compliance with rationality and tenets. The fact is that Sarcelles, which is the name of this emblematic because of the problems, not because of the brilliant solutions of the ensemble, has given its name to the mal de grand ensemble, to the problem of the grand ensemble, the Sarcellite or the Sarcellitis, a kind of symptomatic enough to use this word. So there are numerous residential districts built in Europe during the Second World War, and a lot of experimentation. But again, that's modern in the Netherlands, in Low Countries. That's modernist housing projects were a huge experience where we can learn many lessons. On the opposite side of those medium and low quality projects, there are a lot of very good projects here. Maybe because there was this tradition, very important tradition, before and after the war, the housing estate designed by Pakema and Van der Broek in this year still represent today innovative quality spaces because they have these different scales for living. There are a lot of experimentation with urban elements and the variation of the settlement patterns, the different units, sort of units. So those are the differences. We could identify the experience and also the ideas and the proposal of Pakema and Van der Broek, and the attention to one of the problems of this, of the main problems of the housing estate, the spaces in between, the doorsteps, the limits between public and private spaces. There is this diagrams and drawings by Jaap Pakema, very interesting in it was a television program that is very meaningful, like giving a lot of recognition in the 1960s, entitled Van Stad to Stad, in Dutch is From Share to City. It's a series of informative talks in which he explained his theories and projects. The context of the program was picked up in a book of the same title with this idea: from doorstep to the city, people and space. So there was always attention to the public space, urban space, and private space, architectural space. That is to say, he was interested in the transitional spaces and threshold or doorsteps. This was a key word and is a key word today. But in this case, it's very interesting that it was not just a theory, we can see many of these brilliant examples in the Netherlands, such as Prendets, designed by Lotte Stambes, or Tihul in Eindhoven, in Rotterdam, in Amsterdam, Eindhoven, in many Dutch cities. We find these variants of modernist housing projects, always with the idea of the organic city, but with much more attention with this to these spaces. So, but it's curious that in the Netherlands, there is one of the most problematic and paradigmatic in the bad meaning of the word of the problematic housing estate, Bijlmermeer. Bijlmermeer was a new neighborhood built in the 1970s, and it's curious because it was very ambitious. This was planned as a large-scale urban project and conceived just as a large-scale architectural project, which was, in my view and the view of many authors, the main mistake. Bijlmermeer demonstrates how projects become more complex when the scale increases and concepts radicalize. As Reinkool has said, the Bijlmermeer represents a particular architectural doctrine realized in retrospect, so near and yet so far. Pre-war CM urbanism realized in the late 60s. So we see the paradox of the application of the pre-war CM tenets and principles in the 1960s, exactly in the moment where they were being rejected almost everywhere. So again, the urban and architectural design was not the only thing responsible for the problems. You know that the Bijlmermeer was demolished. More than 50% of the buildings have been demolished, and the criticism was, they say, the fundamental mistake was that it was too massive, were too much high rises, the presence of too little differentiation of the housing stock, etc. Well, there are different diagnoses, but what is interesting now is to see how even in the Netherlands, with this tradition of modernist tradition, with so strong and so rich, there was no excuse. So in the 1970s, we find these very problematic examples. Well, I'm going a bit faster, and I will show some another examples in Italy. So there are a lot of good experiences. We see here Casilino in Rome, and the fantastic quartieri, which is the name of the housing estates in Italian, which is very interesting because quartieri is like in Spain, barriadas, is neighborhoods. So it's the synonym for polygons or housing estates or Grand Ensemble. But in this case, quartieri, I guess maybe Paola Falini could say something about this, is the name of the quartieri and the name of its housing estates. Well, there are a lot of very interesting examples of housing estate, quartieri, and there are also all over Europe a lot of housing estates which are now a sort of laboratory, because we can analyze, which is very important, as I said before, to analyze this as every building, how they age and how they are working now. was the quality 50 years after, about 50 years after they were built. So we can visit now some very good examples. Park Hill Estate and Toulouse-les-Mirailles at the beginning were fantastic, but now they are disaster. What happens in Bimemer and others. And this is what happened in some of the, on the Eastern Bloc, for instance, in Russia, in Ukraine, in Czechoslovakia, and in the German Democratic Republic, in others where we find, and this is another particularly interesting laboratory. It was so impressive because of the lot of thousands and thousands of housing estates with thousand housing units, all with these ideas of neighborhood units, etc. We can have now this laboratory. It's one of these manuals that we were studying when we were students in the 1970s. It was a translation from Russian to Spanish and from Polish to Spanish on urbanists in the Eastern countries. Very with a lot of fantastic examples, but with they have now a lot of problems. And just to say something about the Spanish, European and Spanish housing estates, because we have been working in the last years these examples. What are the main differences? Of course, there are some differences. Every city is different, every country, every housing estate, every building. But at the same time, there are many similarities because the model was realized almost everywhere. What are the main differences of Spanish polígonos when comparing with, for instance, German ones or Dutch ones or other European ones? Well, we are interested in the good ones, but the best planned and the best designed housing estates. We have the list of Docomomo, the documents of modern movement, but we are also interested in including other not so well planned, not so well designed, or not so successful. So we can learn a lot from the problematic housing estates and even from the low quality ones, because we can understand that they have they have different trajectories. And we see, for instance, this comparison with between the situation at the beginning and situation 50 years ago of different eight examples in Italy and Spain from the 1970s to up until now. Or we can mix, and because there are a lot of national comparisons or very local studies, but I think we always need an international comparative perspective to compare what happened in Berlin or Barcelona, Amsterdam, Madrid, Barcelona, Zaragoza, etc. So in doing so, we have analyzed and visited dozens of these housing estates across Europe, across Spain, especially in some cities. And just a comment on the need to understand the process of change. In these 50 years since they were built, analyzing some modern, indeed, some modernist housing estate, we see the initial conception, and we see that some of them are still positive references, but most of them have problems. Most of them have obsolescence problems, but some of them show some signs of resilience. So how do these housing estates age? And what is the degree of urban obsolescence? Apparently, this is a picture, a view of this housing estate, Zaragoza in 1968, and this is a present-day view taken from the same point of view. Apparently, some housing estates have there are no very differences, even they have improved, while others are in worse condition. But we need to go and get some more systematic diagnosis with local analysis, with parallel to global views. We can also get an eye-level perspective, which is always what analysts and architects like Jan Gell is always saying and proposing. It is then when we discover the problems, because usually we see in the architectural books and urban design books, we always see aerial views, and they are really nice almost everywhere. You fly all over Europe, you see a lot of housing estates, but when you take land and you go walking, is then when you discover the problems, because functional urbanism was very often, if not always, designed based on the urban scale, on the project from above, area views, using models. The models are very useful, but sometimes they have a problem. They forget the importance of the lower scale. Of course, to some extent, obsolescence, the physical decay, has to do with the passing of time. Consider that they were built at a considerable speed, very quickly, very inexpensive, with cheap building materials, etc. Therefore, the question refers to the problems also that have been detected today in housing estates in terms of the standards of accessibility. So in all over Europe, there's a big problem. Blocks with more than 4 or 5 floors high elevator, but not the others. With less than 5 floors, they don't have elevators. So there's a problem of accessibility, a very strong problems of accessibility and habitability. There have also problems of energy efficiency and so on. So, well, there are other urban factors, and so I'm not going to get into detail now, but just to say that we have been working with systematic diagnosis in several researches about this issue, just always trying to get a correct diagnosis of the process with sometimes hard and sometimes soft indicators. Sometimes hard, that is objective and quantifiable indicators, and also soft qualitative subjective indicators. We have identified some parameters, objective data, that can help to establish a sound diagnosis from an urban planning design perspective. For instance, we see that the polygonous housing estates were characterized by the isolation, we're speaking existing urban plots, and we see there are different ways of urban insertion, not location in relation to the city, but urban insertion in relation to the city. Some of them have a character, it's a sort of enclave character. Some of them some have a continuity of the grid, like this one in Barcelona, or of course, there are the issue of the size. They are not the same, the large-scale housing project that the small size groups, so from some hundreds of dwellings to up to 10,000 or 50,000 housing units, dwelling units. So this is very important, of course. And it is very, very important, the issue of the open spaces, because the model is always towers and blocks in the park, and sometimes we get not green but brown or gray spaces, gray terrains or car parks. Instead of parks, we get car parks. We get borders are not boundaries. Summing up, housing estate can be planned extension, but can be urban fragment and can be isolated enclave, and the city of towers and slabs, the city of blocks, even if there's a sort of metaphor, have different urban forms. And yes, now, what lessons can we learn looking with historical perspective, but looking ahead, looking to the compact city and looking to the new urban collective housing project, but always without forgetting the tradition of these experiences. And we could now show some images of recent experiences and projects in collective housing. Even if I won't stop now to describe them, I will only try to emphasize that new approaches are always connected to other in the past. For instance, around 1980s, we see that the compact city came back into fashion. The return of high-rise and rediscovery of the perimeter block as a special planning device are symptomatic of this shift of thinking. After the village urbanism of the 1970s, the pendulum swung right through the so-called urban urbanism or qualitative urbanism. After the 1980s, other forms of housing and urban design emerged with a new wave of experiences focused on the compact city and more or less traditional urban forms, neighborhood and communities. So we can review some of these new housing projects as the ones which are sensitive to urban conditions and generate collective public or semi-public spaces. Of course, this is not just a fashion or a pendulum swing. Again, if we look to this more detailed analysis of urban forms, comparing detached high-rises, slab housing, terrace housing, and compact urban blocks, manzanas in Spanish, îlot in French, isolato in Italian, we found better environment conditions in the last ones. From this point of view of environmental quality, you see this very interesting study, blue, we find better environment conditions in the last one. Blue colors here means more heat, primary energy demand. Warm orange color measures less energy demand, therefore more sustainable urban forms. But we see here slabs, open urbans, and again terrace housing, regular housing, and modern apartment, and compact urban blocks, and urban blocks, urban blocks, and urban blocks. So urban block is coming again. So more quality of collective urban housing, but also collective urban spaces, according to many authors. If we see the context of the discourse of the 1980s, the discourse about the reconstruction of the European city, the Berlin International Exhibition, the 1980s, 1984, 87, was a very important example of this return to the compact city and the recovering of the urban block. But we have, of course, some advantages, and we also have risks of these discoveries. One of the authors of the book here on the right side below of the slide of this book, Forms, Urbains de l'îlot à la barre, urban forms from urban block to the block, to the open block. Philippe and Ariel synthesized the work by referring to the agony of a well-defined spatial organization, the urban block. This was the essence of this study. And it's very curious to see that the subheading of the English edition is perhaps more meaningful than the version in Italian, German, or Spanish. Paraphrasing the idea of the changeable, there's no here. The title of the English version is death and life of the urban block, the dissolution, and then the recovery of the city of blocks. Well, some key questions are put forward to this argument. Is it possible to recover some urban elements comprising traditional cities such as the streets or urban blocks, squares, which have proved to be effective in the past in order to progress toward qualitative urbanism? There are obvious inherent risks to this, as in all cases based on historical models. We can think on this risk that Ren Koolhaas in one provocative essay was advising for urbanists to relate this rediscovery of the virtues of the classical city at the moment of their definitive impossibility may have been the point of no return, fatal moment of disconnection, disqualification. They are now specialists in phantom pain, doctors discussing the medical intricacies of amputated limbs. So he is also referring to the traditional urban forms of blocks, streets, squares, and urban blocks, and the rejection of the modernist architecture and modernist urbans. It remains to be seen to what extent it can continue and all these forms are recyclable in contemporary cities. Because of this, in the last years, we have seen, it's very interesting to see these new waves of projects where the urban block is not just a discourse, but it's a reality, and is the residential unit. It's a sort of a starting point with its virtues and their risks. Some of them conditioned to urban planning in some cities have made somehow historicists and to literal recoveries, where others have been more open to experimentation and have been more innovative. And we could ask ourselves what has happened in different cities and countries, and up to what point there are interest in innovation. At the end of the 20th century, several cities have been developing different residential extension, especially in the compact city, brownfields, etc. If we go again to the Netherlands, we go to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, we see very famous development with high density housing in several peninsulas surrounded by the Docklands, Borneo, Sporenburg, Java Islands. Here we can find echoes from episodes to Amsterdam Suizo and others from the beginning of the century, from the 1930s or 1940s, etc. New attention given to the landscape is here represented by the an urban design, a different sort of urban design, but there is also the experimentation with typologies, with combining these two scales of the design. On one hand, the terraces houses, typical of the Dutch tradition, with other innovation in typologies. Well, in this case, a lot of attention to collective spaces, infrastructure, block-style housing, and there is here we don't see exactly the adoption of the classical urban block. Instead, we see a wide range of morphological solutions with useful mix of building typologies, etc. If we go to Rotterdam in Koopman Street, redevelopment of the southern side of the port, there's a lot of very interesting groups of collective housing, and there is also an experimentation with this double hierarchy of scales, with large scale developments subdivided into smaller blocks, etc. The complexity is again the key word. Complexity of the double network is adapted to the different styles of the surrounding area. If we go to Paris, the design of the îlot ouvert, or the open block, this is a very interesting reflection by the architect and urbanist Christian de Ponsard, defending the decomposition of the block, the urban block, including this development with taller buildings, despite the attempt to impose a minimum height and 4 sides. Well, the design is quite successful with different interpretation of urban development regulation, very flexible, and with very curious contact with the ground, breaking with traditional street frontage, which is made to breathe and provide new urban views, the fragmentation of the building, also the rotation toward the interior of the block, etc. So we see a lot of experimentation, but always with this return to the perimeter urban block, or the urban block more open, not traditional urban block, but very different to the modernist model of towers or blocks in the park. The Sorenga in Oslo is a very also interesting example. Or if you go to Helsinki, Aviaranta, or if you go to Copenhagen, there's a lot of experimental projects. By the way, I think we were one of the last groups of professors and students that made a working trip there just a couple of weeks before the pandemic to Copenhagen. And our students were enthusiastic with some spectacular groups of collective housing, such as the Mountain, very in Orestad, an original block by Big, which combines parking and dwelling with night views, etc. Well, but always with this way of grouping with blocks over blocks in Freiburg, in the quarter of Bovan, in the German city of Freiburg, with this eco neighborhood, etc. Or in Zurich, in Switzerland, in Zurich, so-called Ricci quartier, an experimental project that we could name as a new development with urban blocks by Vittorio Magnano Lampugnani and other architects, recovering all these urban forms, the perimeter blocks and the urban block, as in the new version of the urban blocks of the 19th century. And of course, then at least when mentioned, we can make a reference to other experiences in public housing with the innovative vision of Alvaro Aravena Works, which connects directly with the alternative tradition of John Turner. We have the connection between the proposals of the 1960s, 50s, 60s, and other architects, and these proposals and these buildings now. Or the, of course, in this line we can make reference to other experiences in public, in social and public housing with the innovative visions of Álvaro Ciza in the Quinta da Malagueira in Évora in Portugal in 1970s. And finally, a few images about some Spanish experiences, beginning with Barcelona in 1980s, 1990s for the Olympic Village, that was also has also a direct connection with a model of Amsterdam Zuid, according to their authors. And we can see here the perimeter block and the semi-public urban spaces, super blocks and streets, etc. Or in the case of Madrid and the planned growth areas of the 1990s and those of racing creation, there are a lot of examples of these regulated urban blocks, the design of urban blocks sized to the 19th century scale, but diluted in an uncontrolled metropolitan space in which the traditional ratio of density between a street and building block is reversed. So we have some earlier photograph that immediately takes us back to another 19th century examples. Or in other, this is not just episodes from Madrid, but also in many Spanish cities we call this, with the same name, this kind of new ensanches, new developments, interpreting with new visions of the old 19th century models. This is not an episode of just Madrid, but is the best known. And, or in the city, in a medium-sized city of Vitoria, in this case, with a special care of landscaping. Okay, I have to finish. I think I have 4 minutes until 5. So, just to finish, I will a couple of slides. I would like to point out that we can learn a lot from past experiences in collective housing, but at the same time, we should be conscious of some radical changes in our way of life and the way we inhabit our homes. For instance, but among other issues, we may think on what has happened during this pandemic period, in the last 2 months, with our way of working. Not everybody, of course, but many people, one important part of the people, are working at home with video conferences like this one, and managing all kinds of tasks and works out of the office. More than 20 years ago, the sociologist and philosopher, Spanish sociologist and philosopher Javier Monclús published a book advising of these tendencies. Telepolis was the title of the book. And he said, houses will tend to be the workplace and cities the place for relaxation. This is, of course, debatable. What is clear is that we should rethink our cities and the way we live, bearing in mind that innovation is not possible without knowing traditions and lessons from the past, and that understanding modern tradition is an obvious starting point for innovation, especially innovation in collective housing in the 20th century. And just to conclude, I would like to restating the need to rethink the urban dimension of housing, emphasizing the idea of the role of urban design with an inclusive and transversal vision, and with this quotation by the architect Juhani Pallasmaa. And he said, any authentic work is part of an immemorial tradition of artistic works, and the work acquires meaning and value only if presented humbly with his tradition and becomes part of that continuum. So that's all from me. I really appreciate your attention. Thank you for coming, and we can talk about this maybe later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Javier, for your nice lecture. I think it's time for a 15 minutes break. We will keep our questions for the last part of the afternoon, and we will continue later with Paola in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Bueno, paramos, ¿no? Desconectamos. Oh, sí.
Sí, buenas tardes. Sí, pasamos directamente.
In English, José María.
Start with your lecture, Paola. Is everybody ready? Yes, everybody is online. Thanks. Thanks. Well, as our presentation on Paola Fallini, Paola is architect, is also architect, She's doctor and she's professor of Roma Sapienza, Rome Sapienza University, the oldest university, perhaps not the oldest, but one of the older universities in Italy and in Europe, and probably the biggest in Rome. She is vice president of the ANSA. ANSA is the Associazione Nazionale Centri Storici Artistici. It's a association of the historic cities concerned about historic protection of the heritage. And this is one of the issues he is going to explain this evening. Since 1988, she is a scientific director of the nomination of several Italian cities as sites on the World Heritage List, UNESCO, Assisi, Valdorcia, Mantua, Savioneta, Villas Medici, Medici Gardens of Tuscany, La Toscana. She is a great professor for many generations of students. Now we can say she is a master of masters, because some of the first generation students now are also professors in several universities in Italy and around the world. She was also the professor and colleague of several of us. I knew Paola Fellini when I was a very, very young professional in my 20s, really. I have followed her career as an inspiration for many of us. She is a very constant, serious, scientific, and solid professional and architect. And now she's concerned about a new field of innovation, very, very interesting, because put in connection the city and the monument, the environment, the context, and the architecture. Understanding all of these ladders, all of these point of view as part of the same integrated idea. Some of the concepts that build this idea, this new approach to the city, are cultural landscape or historic urban landscape. In both, UNESCO renewed its point of view from the historic, archaeological, and based on buildings approach to a more widened view of the city, landscape, and territory, and open a new relationship between architecture, urban planning, urban design, landscape as a whole. Well, thank you very much, Paola, to be with us in that moment. It's a pity to have the opportunity to have a lunch or a dinner in Madrid. So it's so nice in this month, in this spring time. But perhaps we'll be able to do it in the next future. You have in front of you a great number of students with a very various careers in different countries, half of them from Latin America, the other half from Asia, Spain, and Europe, and many other countries in Europe. And probably your presentation will be inspiring for all of them. Thank you very much, Paola, and you are on the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, José María.
Miss the sound. Is a problem? Do you hear Rosario? Do
Yes,
you hear Paula?
I can hear Paula. Yes.
Is that problem?
Yes, I think so. No, I think Paula, she's not speaking now. Paula,
Problem.
can you try it again?
Simona, do you hear Paula?
Okay, I can speak.
Sí.
But thank you very much.
Maybe my problem.
You understand?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I can listen to Paula. Jose Maria, maybe it's the volume.
No. Yes. Was my fault. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jose Maria, and all the responsible master for the kind invitation, because it's a very important subject, topic for our discipline. I apologize my poor English, but I have many slides, and this way I can, I hope that it's easy to follow me. As you know, my lecture is devoted to the cultural landscape debate scientific, technical, and institutional, about this subject, cultural landscape, and its represented values. In particular, my lecture intends to provide the current principles and methods to identify such values and to establish some strategy and tools to be utilized for their active conservation. Principles and methods which are the result of a large series of experimental studies, research, a practical application in different countries, in international organization bodies. Obviously, my specialism is based on the Italian experience. We can represent the action undertaken, the making of the century to transform, adapt the specific and natural landscape of my country. I hope that this presentation might you to be acquainted with emerging strategy and the new methodologies, and the most recently introduced two tools that have been individuated in the last years. We have to consider different steps along which the cultural debate and practical experience were evaluated and applied. The first step, temporally placed in the first decades of the last century, is characterized by the beginning of the cultural debate and the arising attention on the aesthetical or artistical values. The second step, which grew from 60 to 80s, justifies an impressive increase in the attention for the historical, agricultural, and rural heritage that we were before largely neglected, and for this first time were recognized as cultural properties. And the third step, the current one, is marked by a broader vision to the environmental and ecological aspects, and by growing attention for sustainability, integration, and participation, which have led to important innovation on the landscape active conservation policy, planning, design, and management tools. For this reason, I think we have to consider the notion of a cultural landscape and the necessity of its recognition and protection were already present in Italian debate since many years. Like in other countries, France, Germany, United Kingdom, and Spain, American, United States, and Asia, like in Japan, the first theoretical and institutive contribution are at the beginning of the last century. In 1997, we have the institution of the national department, specific department for protection of historical assets. And in 1922, the first law for protection of the natural beauty. We have also in the 1972, the first meeting in Capri, the beautiful island near Naples. For the first time, there is the discussion of protection of the landscape. And in 1931, there is the first meeting of the Italian tourism club on the law for the protection of the natural beauty and the landscape. We have two protection laws in 1939. The first was about monument. It means historical artistic properties. The second specifically directed to the protection of a natural beauty. It means landscape. This important, these two protection laws, because they establish the way, the institutional way to recognize the historic, artistic, landscape property, and they introduce for the first time a specific plan, landscape plan, as their protection tool. But there is the Second World War, and it stopped the implementation of this law. And the years of reconstruction, it means after the Second War to 60, in Italy, the reconstruction is a period where the building sector assumes the role of economic driving for the reconstruction. And the landscape, everything about conservation, is no more considered in planning, but is considered a limited field for the sites of exceptional interest. It means a place like Siena, Venice, Assisi, Capri, Taormina. It means some sites considered very, very outside of the value. We have to, at the beginning of the 60s, change the attention. New contribution, theoretical contribution, publication, research, and also some example of planning. We have the first research in Italy about town history. For you, perhaps it's surprising, but we have not a history of a town before this period is concentrated only in the monument or architectural goods. But change with new attention for settlement, for small area, for it with the first book about the history of rural agricultural landscape in Italy. It's made by Emilio Serini, historian of territory, is in 1962. A new exemplary master plan by the big important town planners like Giovanni Astingo, responsible of the master plan of Assisi, Giancarlo De Carlo, important architect, town planner, responsible of the master plan of Urbino, and Luigi Piccinato, one of the most important town planner of the period, which were responsible of the master plan of Messina. They changed completely the idea, the connection between town and countryside. And for them, there is a responsible of the master plan of municipal master plan, have to consider town and rural area like unity. Change another step, like I said before, we have in 80 to nowadays, where we saw the increasing attention to the landscape, a growing number of new initiatives of active conservation, no more limited to the site or exceptional historical interests of natural beauty, but concerning all the territory. The first is the national regional laws for protection of the soil and creation of natural parks, the regional municipal inventory of cultural heritage in rural areas, see the map of archaeological and historical elements of the Roman countryside, elaborated by municipality of Rome, some conservation master plan of historical center of landscape like Trentino, Provence, with responsibility in this case of Leonardo Benevolo, some regional law of rural area, historical interest, Tuscany, Emilia-Romagna regions, and most important, the new landscape protection law of 1985, which integrating the previous law of 1939, because open the consideration for natural and ecological characters. It means they become a place of landscape protection directly by the law, or the top of a mountain, place like a forest, place like of a board of a river and a sea, coastal, and other things. They have not more to be subject of official specific procedure, but by law they are considered place to be protected. And at this law, some regional, sub-regional landscape plan requested by this mentioned new law, and also the new Carta of Gubbio of Associazione Nazionale Centri Storici Artistici, the National Association of Historical and Artistical Center, that in 1990 opened the attention from an historic center to historic territory, like a specific area to protect in the same moment of time. Also, the European Landscape Convention signed in Florence in 2000, and most recently the new law said the law in the cultural heritage and landscape of 2004-2006, which prescribe as mandatory for all Italian regions to do a landscape plan extended to their whole territory. As far as now, the 20 regions have to prepare this plan, and for the moment we have a Tuscany plan, Apulia plan, Piedmont and Val d'Aosta plans, Emilia-Romagna plans. The others are in progress. All this initiative show that little change in the consideration of the historical and cultural landscape. The new notion are the landscape is no more regarded as an area of natural beauty, as a visual scenery, but in a representative document of a local history and culture, which require an adequate conservation policy up to preserve all its elements of continuity with the past. Second consideration is the conservation of historical landscape is not more limited to exceptional sites, but it is extended to the whole historical territory. First, the conservation policy is not more considered in opposition to a policy of development, but the action of a secretariat of the values of the persistent historical cultural element of the territory should be maintained and enhanced in order to promote a policy of a sustainable development. In the same year, we have an increasing attention at the international level. For example, we remember that in 1981, the Historic Garden Charter, the Florence Charter, redacted by Iconos. In 1992, the World Heritage Convention, which was the first international legal instrument for the recognition and the protection of the cultural landscape. And we have an inclusion of this category into the UNESCO World Heritage. In the 2000, the European Convention of Landscape, that perhaps you know that they introduced for the first time a new notion. It means the idea of the landscape is not more artistical consideration, but the landscape is a part of the land as perceived by the local people or visitors, which evolves through time as a result of the being acted upon by natural force and the human beings. It means in extended, enlarged vision, not more connected only for exception visual quality. The other important innovation is in 2002 with Budapest World Heritage Declaration, which introduced the management plan like a mandatory instrument tool for assuring the protection of sites. And the 2011, the UNESCO recommendation on the historic urban landscape, which was also another advancement in the consideration, international consideration, where there is no more attention only in the historical center, but also in their natural and ecological and historical context. Another important contribution is the first book about the cultural landscape by the Anna Luengo, a Mitchell de Rosier editor, about the World Heritage cultural landscape and the management cultural World Heritage of the UNESCO Icon Museum of 2013, and also the most recent chapter of the Iconos IFLA regarding the principle concerning rural landscape as heritage. It means for the first official consideration like heritage also of agricultural landscape. In all of this consideration in this time, I think it is important to see the lesson of a specific example. This example is the Valdorcia Park site in Tuscany area, because it can be interesting to understand the evolution of the thinking and the method and which is current experience. It's very important because it's a part of territory in south of Siena, described on the World Heritage List in 2004. But the description is not the point of starting the process, but is the result of a landscape policy. Because this policy of active conservation started in the 1980s by 5 small municipalities: Castiglione d'Orcia, Montalcino, Pienza, San Quirico d'Orcia, Radicofani. 5 small municipalities which decide to become a cultural, a natural park, with this aim to establish a single strategy for preserving their existing resources, cultural, ecological, social, economical resources, and at the same time promoting the local sustainable development. These 5 small municipalities are located in the south of the territory of Siena province, and you say, sorry, I see is extended for 60,000 hectares, mostly for farmland and natural eluded areas. They are in the river, Orcha River, with this small tributary river, in the 2 volcanic mountains, Radicofani and Amiata mountain. It's a very poor region and a very arid town, territory. It's made by clay bedrock, and very specific natural area with problem of erosion. We said Calanchie biancane, it means valleys and clay dome formation. It's very difficult to live there and have a good production of agriculture. It's very poor for live there. But this is this sea of clay described by Middle-Age pilgrims along the Via Francigena, crossing the valley to go to the north of Italy, the north of Europe, to Rome. And it's also a landscape of good governance, as tested by the iconography and painting of a Siena school, very famous in the Middle Age and Renaissance period. You see, this is a very important picture, perhaps you know, is the Ambrogio Lorenzetti fresco of 1337, Allegoria del Buon Governo, a good government allegory, which represent, this is a part of a big fresco, where Ambrogio Lorenzetti represent the town of Siena, in the center of Siena, and outside, in the countryside, because the Buon Governo, it means not only the town, but also this countryside. And you see for the first time the representation of the countryside of this period transformed by the man. It's no more Middle Age landscape, but it's a new Renaissance landscape produced by the people working in the land, with Arab soil, or in the hill with olive grove and new building in the hill. This picture is not long, important, isolated, but like I said, you see this picture also, like the adoration of Schiffer, of Pietro di Giovanni d'Ambrogio. We are in the 1410, 1449. And what is the impression of this iconography? That for the first time, they abandoned the Byzantine style, where the background of a picture of the religious event are gold, but it's the new landscape existing. It's a very normal landscape where they live. I'm sorry. The announcement of Chicago, where also here you see the small hill with only pasture land, with the big town in top of the hill fortified, or like this is a very famous too of the mystical marriage of St. Francis in 1392, where you see a plain. We have some field, poor field, and isolated castle. Also is like humility gesture, which represent a place of some different field with new plantation and republic. In this picture, you see what is the most important use of soil, pasture and arable soil, arable land in the right part of the territory, in more mixed in mainly tree basic cultivation on the left, vinegar, olive groves, terrace of the plantation. This main configuration is connected of the metrallage system of the production introduced in Tuscany between the 14th and 15th century. It means the country had to live in the field, no more in the town, and he had a specific farm where he lived with family. We have also a landscape with many human settlements, village in position, dominant position, with fortified castle, church, abbey, old hospital, hostels, villas, and farmhouse. And you see the Francigena road crossing the valley. What is this is a very famous town, Pienza. Pienza is one of the ideal town of Renaissance, designed by Bernardo Rossellino, who was a scholar of Alberti, and was the representation of the artistic idea of Renaissance. Pienza, but we have also another important town with limited inhabitants, but important for history and its architectural construction, like this San Quirico d'Orcia, built along the Francigena, and you see also this important collegiata of Roman period in architecture, was one of the places of pilgrim stay along the route. But you have also some fortresses in order to control the territory and the road. And you have also along the road some isolated church from 11th century, and more recently, it means Renaissance period, about 15th century, from 15th century to 18th century, new villa and new farm important for the exploitation of agricultural lands, with their big palace and their garden and park, or the isolated building for countrymen, employed in the agricultural activity, generally isolated in the top of the hill, like you see in this farm. You have some hospitals like this is not in fortress, but an hospital of middle age. There is a fountain also for people utilize the road from Siena to Rome. Well, for this region, a specific territorial plan with aimed to protect. And we have, you see, the protection is the road, but also each small town or village and isolated building in the countryside. Because they, for the first time, prepare a specific inventory of all building existing, and also village, also complex of the building, and a monumental thing. With this type of consideration, what is in the old map and now, what is the typology of a building, what is also the condition of conservation, the evolution or transformation of the building, also in the, not only the building, also in the context, and some, if there is or not listed and protected, what is the type, this architectural consideration of for landscape value, and also all the information about the bibliography, iconography regarding this type of object. This is the inventory of all the building in the Siena province. And they have also defined a limit, the boundary of, in order to protect where there is not, a new protection for the landscape, not only of the building. Another tool of protection was the park master plan. They prepared this in the 2000, and this is the start of many investigation about topography, ecological character, building character, but the result is this map with organized the result with the area of agricultural landscape typology, the typology of natural is the natural is the main aspect, and where there is the dominant character is insidativity, means settlement, town and village. And other consideration is to find some relevant site for natural condition and can be considered like natural reservation. You see, this is the typology of the agricultural landscape of this territory. This main cultivated for arable soil without a tree, for pastoral land, like I said before, and you see with some very limited presence of building, but also marked by a ancient road with many marked by cypress. Close to the most important town, you have a mixed cultivation with oil and vineyard, and it is a very famous place. We are Montalcino with very important vineyard like in Brunello. What is the history and the actors of this experience? As I said, in 1988, the 5 municipalities established a joint document. And 1 year after, they decided to involve also the Siena province in their project. And they established also a company like operational activity, is the Waldorf Society. They decided also in 1997 to a specific agreement for organize a associated management of the protected area of local interest of the Waldorfschaft, and they decided to have a conference in common of the Waldorfschaft, involving 7 important sectors: environment, regional urban planning, agriculture, industry and craft, culture and tourism, service and infrastructure. Can you see all the most important activity of the town? And then in 1999, arrived to be inscribed in the official list of the protected regional area of the Tuscany region. What means protected regional area is not a natural, regional or official park decided by the top, but they decided by local authority. And for this reason, they said they are local interests. And this established also their policy project. It means for some years what is the sector and mission of their project. Development of tourism while maintaining the full integrity of the environment, landscape, culture, and local tradition. Also increasing tourism through multiple initiatives connected with the discovery or rediscovery of the area's historic, artistic, cultural, and religious peculiarity. Second thing, regeneration and enhancement of agriculture, animal breeding, the bioproduction, and the policy for recognizing hallmarks and the trademarks, supporting and promoting certified quality through specific regulations. Other thing, safeguarding a development of small enterprise, commerce and crafts, with particular reference of sector of the traditional artistic production, and also upgrading accommodation through higher standards and technical innovation to attract high standard of tourism. And they also decide of what is the sectors of intervention: environmental and landscape protection, monitoring of the territory, urban planning, public works, tourism promotion, culture, entertainment, promotion of typical local production, action and initiative to benefit the elderly, organization of common services by municipalities. After this decision, they decide also 2 specific instruments approved in 2002, AMPI regulation. It means to have a specific rule to preserve the value, and unified building regulation in order to have homogeneous procedure for the They decide also a list of projects carried out by the park. Some are projects of new intervention in architecture, restoration of monuments. Others are to prepare, reorganize the accessibility at the parking. Other are the festival of the area. Other are the touristic guide of the area. There is also the participation of reorganizing the vineyard of the area, the new touring club, specific touring club activity, and organize a center of study of their territory, and some other things that we can explain better, some project to rehabilitation, restoration, and enhancement of existing heritage. We see the financial resources. If you say that at the time, it's important to say that at the basis is the European Fund. The first is the local important bank. Also the municipality, also if there are 5 municipalities, but they together is only 14,000 inhabitants, very limited number of inhabitants. Private resources, and in this way, you see not much of the Tuscany region, is not completely moved, or state funds. They have many of private banks and the European Fund. With this activity, you have immediately some important results. One sector is protection and conservation of the land, because with their activity, they enhance the agriculture and regenerate many areas completely neglected, abandoned before. You see that was recultivated. Many areas was completely without people working before. We have also the restoration of some natural area or cultural area. This is an important place, very famous, because it's designed by a British architect of the beginning of the century, 60%. And we have also the protection of some special properties, like the restoration of this thermal bath was very famous, because you have a small village with at the center of village you have not a square, but you have a big basin, a natural bath at the open area, and that is famous because it's at the time Roman period, but also during the Middle Age, also for like Michelin here, and is entombed by some special building built of by Bernardo Rossellino in the Renaissance period. And you have also restoration of the rest of some molds with some part of the building destroyed during the time. And you see for the first time people of visiting this area, new visitor they have not before. Also, the restoration of some specific organ, like this Ortiglionini in San Quirico d'Orcia. And it's very important because it's the first garden, public garden in the world. It means we are in at the half of the 16th century. And this Ortiglionini was open like a public garden. Before was only private garden. And also new touristic opportunity. Some special guide of the Touring Club Italian for in order to have some new visitors. What is a result of a big increase of tourism? We have the variation in arrival presence is very high level in comparison of Siena Provence is a touristic too, but also in the accommodation. The new accommodation was not accommodation before. They increased immediately very much, and with 3 times more than the rest of the province, but generally with rehabilitation of existing buildings. And we have also increasing also of the period of stay people in the structure, not only to arrive and go in the day, but also many days to stop there. And we have important increase of the foreign visitors, increasing in the period of immediate period of 20, 24, 25, but also more recent period. Another important result is enhancement of the qualified agriculture. They have a specific brands of wine, oil, and cheese, and we have also the increase of the land agriculture. We pass from normal in the period you have not 3 times more, excepting Brunello vineyard because it is more much, because it is a very special wine. And in this, you have also the different typology of farm value, real, olive grove, mixed wood, but also specializing Brunello or the new vinegar classified wine. This is important is because we say that according to 2000 Lega Ambiente report, Lega Ambiente is a society of environment in Italy, the area had the largest increase of the entire country more 28% in comparison 11% of the rest in Italy, and an increase in employment of 21% in comparison 9% of the rest in Italy. And you see, è in Valdorcia l'Italia virtuosa. It means is in Valdorcia the Italia best practice. Also, another important result is art in the population decline. For the first time in Valdorcia, you have a stabilization of the population. And before you see the decline continues. For the first time, they stopped this because no more young people leave the area, but they remain. And also new people want to live there. We have also this. Another result of this activity is also description in the World Heritage List, where, like I said before, they have, with description, confirmed the good practice of this community. And there is also a general consensus, because also the idea of the park initially regarded merely by the population has gained and is continuing to gain further the support of people. And what happened after more recently? We have prepared an updated management plan because they have some evolution, and we have prepared another management plan. This management plan was for to connect by the new national architectural landscape protection law, and also because there is a new law in Tuscany about town planning and landscape planning. We have also the new master plan and the provincial coordination plan, and we have to be in harmonization with that. We have also in 24 the culture minister guidelines for the reduction of management plans for UNESCO site in Italy, and we have to be in connection of this. And also we have some transformation in some impact factor emerging that will be important to consider. Building, new implantation, vinegar, new roads, and we have to protect and put inside the new regular regulations. The management plan is reorganized with 5 action plans devoted respectively to knowledge, conservation, cultural and economic announcement, involvement of the population, sensibilization and promotion, and 5, monitoring of the action. And also, we organize a specific sharing committee and a permanent observatory to the landscape site in order to reinforce the organization of the structure existing. In 2014, we have another condition. There is the Tuscany region adopts its regional landscape plan, which further focuses and enhances the protection of the landscape values. We can see some the consideration of this Tuscany region landscape, because they confirm completely the approach and the consideration. We said they enlarged attention also in a part close to Valdorcia sites, but they consider the morphogenetic system like value, and all the morphogenetic system character are be protected. The ecological network too, the character of the polycentric urban settlement system, the rural morphotype of Valdorcia territory is like this design before, and they arrive to identify the territorial landscape heritage, and it means the different typology of a rural area, the different historical center and village, all the system of the road, and also the natural area. They identify also the critical factor existing in the area. Some, for example, like I said, new pressure for enlarging the vinegar place in Montalcino area, and some new building for touristic second house in some small village, but also problem of disconnected network of ecological resource, erosion problem, natural environmental problem. And for this reason, they identify the area and the rule of intervention, and they had a guideline and a recommendation. They are the specific attention also for the view, the important view, and the panoramic landscape and resource. In conclusion, what I can say, the Park of Valdorcia is a very exemplary of a particular interest on the field of active conservation of a cultural landscape combined with development of the local economy. Another second consideration is a case of a bottom-up planning promoted by a local authority which agree on moving jointly toward a developed model based on protection of all the cultural and environmental lives as a whole, creating a private corporation structure for operational activity, design a special unique management plan in order to coordinate the various initiatives and projects, and definitively surpass the traditional approach of passive protection limited to isolated monuments or areas of exceptional interest like was in the past, and anticipate European Landscape Convention and also the landscape recommendation of UNESCO of 2011. And finally, is at the basis also of the landscape plan of the Tuscany region and its current implementation. Thank you for attention. But I can say that we can consider the experience not finished, but also evolving during this year. And I hope there is occasion for you to have direct experience with this important example. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Paola. I think we finished a bit earlier than planned, so maybe we can take the 15 minutes break as planned, yeah, and come back at 10 minutes before 7, so 6:50, please, so that we can start with the round for questions and debate.
Can I say something?
Yes, sure.
As I concentrate my presentation in this territorial vision of question. Perhaps you know that there is some example, small area, but for the moment, I think in this occasion, I want to express this advancement at the territorial level, because is the result important that we can compare with other example in other countries.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paola. Okay, let's say I'll write it in the chat that we can come back at 18:55, 15 minutes break. Thank you.
I think there were very interesting both and a lot of questions in different fields you can put on the table. Well, shoot.
Yeah, somebody wants to start?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Hi, thank you for the lecture. It was very interesting. I have a question about you were talking some part of the tourism of a key element of this landscape as a component. How have you managed this tourism industry? Because it is true that it can help, but also massive tourism can destroy some landscape. What are the measures or the laws that in your experience can help to regulate this?
It is for Paula, right, Ignacio?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
For me, the question about tourism industry management. I can say that in Italy is a strange situation because we have a very important touristic activity, but the tourism sector was with many different stakeholders, and the presence of tourism are not organized very well as, for example, in France. I don't know if there is the same situation in Spain. But it is important because we have competence in tourism are of a region. Because in Italy, you have in Spain different autonomous regions. In Italy, this is not the same situation. There is some sector completely regionalized. Other remain competence of state. The tourism is of region competence. For this reason, you have a policy in Tuscany, different of Veneto, different of Sicily, and different of other regions. But this is a difficult organization. For the first time, 2 years ago, there is a national strategic plan of tourism. And they want to support the activity, the tourism activity at the central action and involving the different regions. And this is important because for the first time was connected no more with culture, but with agriculture. Consideration that there is also to promote the tourism activity in countryside. This 2 years ago. But now the new government decided to put the tourism in culture another time. And we have no more a strategic plan, but we have only the principle and some recommendation. First, second, what is the most advanced tourism industry in Italy? The most advanced are in Tuscany, because they have a tradition of people coming from other country and also in Italy, and they have a big program and control and activity supporting this. In this way, we can also have some consideration in cultural tourism, different of the beach tourism, perhaps you know, like Spain tourism, and also of artistical heritage place attracting the people. For the first time, this problem is become so strong that we have organized many research and study in order to improve the management of this sector. Traditionally, I work for many sites of UNESCO where are with this problem of hyper tourism. You have some completely neglected region and other place with hyper tourism, like Venice, like Florence, like some small center like San Gimignano. And the traditional management plan are not working enough to control this. And generally, we have some important support by the university research, like the research of Turin, Politecnico di Torino, in this field. They have a specific master in touristic management. Also in Venice, with Ca' Foscari University. Also in Florence, Rome, Naples. But there are vision of the problem, but they not arrive to have the result in action to most best management of the question. What is the most important tourism industry in Italy? Like in Spain, it means beach tourism with concentration overall in Adriatic Sea, with many activity in some Riviera, where they have a very high level of activity, but also is a true economy. It is a big economy. Of second area of the tourist presence are in the historical center. They have some condition of like in Rome, also Florence, but in Venice too. And they have now have organized the best local program for tourism. They have not before. This is an increasing attention for program and monitoring that before was completely laissez-faire. It means without regulation. Is like only economical activity without control in employment and in the effect of the place. The social impact are not considered. The result of the place, also the deterioration, deprivation of the quality of the place are not considered. For the first time, we have a study, not more for considering the capacity, touristic capacity of a place, but also in number, what is a large place for to be visited. But now we have another approach in order to see like the experience of a touristic change, and we have to reorganize completely the touristic approach. Sorry for my English, but I hope that you understand that we are the new approach in order to have no more massive touristic invasion. It means like in Venice, we are big ship, big from big boat, cruiser. They stop some hours in near the Basilica of San Marco, stay not more than 2 hours, and they go to the boat and abandon, but with the result for the quality of environment, a social economy, very destroying.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ask this thing.
Any more questions?
Yes, I wanted to ask the professor. Javier mentioned something like isolated buildings being a symptom of a sick society. I didn't quite understand how this statement worked. I wanted to ask if you could, I think you mentioned it in the slide where you were discussing Christopher Alexander, and probably you said something like isolated buildings being a symptom of a sick society, and I thought maybe if you could explain that a little more.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was a quotation by Christopher Alexander, which is a very interesting point of view, very polemic, always since the 1960s when he began to criticize the modernist developments, modernist urbanism with this sort of view against all the modernist proposals from Brasilia to urban planning, such as the Abercrombie plan for London, etc. But I think the interesting issue with this view is that he's still it's an indicator. There are a lot of books by many authors are out of date and difficult to find. So now we are going to, we may see how many of these texts and books are republishing. So this point of view is a complex one, because he was always trying to develop this theory, which was not the only one, with opposing natural urban growth with artificial land developments. So this dichotomy was always, it's not just a discourse by Christopher Alexander, but Jane Jacobs, of course, and he always mentioned Jane Jacobs, as Richard Sennett mentioned Jane Jacobs, but not Alexander. This is very interesting, by the way. And there is different levels of criticism about all this modernist development. In this case, he was criticizing isolated buildings, and he made this analogy with the isolated society, emphasizing the need of community, which is, I think, is the key word. Because of this, I began my presentation with this key word. There are many concepts here, but one very important concept, which is a keyword that today is more and more important, with different scales of since the neighborhood to the grouping of buildings. So for this author, who was not only an architect, he was a mathematician, was a background very interesting between the United States and Britain and United Kingdom, Anglo-American contra-cultural way, and I think it's very interesting, even if it's the vital world, all this theory of the patterns, because I think it's very known, Alexander, because of the theory of patterns. This is very operative, just to have good, what we call in other way today, the best practices. So if you have one model or pattern, you must apply this pattern in similar situations. But in this case, it was criticizing the way we produce, I think in the modernist tradition, we produce objects, building as objects, so isolated buildings. So I think this connects with many other views, and well, I think it's very, very important, this and very vision and valid for today, for us, for architects today, not to consider buildings as single isolated units, but as part of urban tissue, or part of the neighborhood, or part of a larger structure, opposite to some views which come from this tradition of producing buildings, not projecting buildings, but producing buildings, and that comes from the, of course, from the nucleus of the modernist tradition. Producing buildings, we can produce cars, we can produce serial elements, and we can produce blocks. We can produce, we can group these blocks with towers and blocks, put it in the park, independent of the urban structures. So I think this is one of the variants, because when we talk about organicism and the organic idea, we sometimes, if you look to the history of architecture, you see from your right the organisms so in architecture, or Bruno Sevi in Italy with the organic idea connected with America, and of course Lewis Mumford with a more sociological and cultural point of view. So there are different ways of starting point is the idea, the analogy between the organic life, organic elements, and the way we plan and we build cities and buildings. And Alexander, I think, is interesting because of this. He has many dimensions. We can cross these points of view with Bernard Rudowski for the architecture. We have architects, and the way we can plan and build in a more natural way. So of course this is very sometimes easy to criticize because everything is artificial and it's not natural, but I think it's useful if you go in deep to this tradition. It's one tradition, is one point of view, and I think looking to the results, to the legacy of the modern movement, I think it's very important to consider this point of view, even if it's, of course, very debatable. I don't know, I reply to the question.
May I ask a question? Yep. Javier, in your opinion, what would be the indicators in order to say that a collective housing project is successful?
Indicators of what kind? Excuse me?
Yes, some kind of physical indicators maybe, or social indicators.
Yeah, I think there are, of course, many people studying these issues from the point of view of the sociology, of the economy, of the cultural approaches. So, but I think we as architects have much to say. Of course, I think it's very important to know what has happened 50 years after most of these buildings were built. So there were a lot of thousands of modernist buildings built in the 1960s, from the 1950s to up to the 1970s. So we have we are lucky because we have now a perspective of half a century. So 50 years after, we need to get some indicators of different kinds. So one, for instance, the location in cities. So that's very important. So when we go to any city to see all these examples in Europe, in Paris, in London, in Prague, everywhere. So the first issue is knowing where was this building 50 years ago located and where is now, because some of them were in the outskirts, in the periphery, very far away of the center, and now they are in a very central situation, as the geographers say. So they're almost centered, even if they are deteriorating and in bad condition. But on the other side, there are other housing estates which are now worse than 50 years ago, because they not only are more obsolete because of the building conditions, but also for the urban conditions. We have many examples everywhere. We have been studying in Italy, in Spain, especially, but visiting many places in all Europe, and you can learn a lot, because this is one indicator. But the other indicator, the second one will be from the urban or planning, urban design point of view, will be the relationship with the surroundings. So, and we see now that not only all these housing structures of thousands of dwelling units were built at that time, but also in the normal, ordinary peripheries, there were a lot of housing built. So we now can compare between what was the best way or the worst way. So it's not so easy to say, well, it was even the problems, despite the problems of obsolescence, etc., they were, as somebody say, so well planned and designed, and now it's a problem of obsolescence or a sociological problem. So if we go to Amsterdam, for instance, and we see the Wilmermeer, it's really curious because where we, with the students, we have been visiting this place. But when I was a student in the 1970s, we went from Barcelona to Amsterdam with Ignasi Sola Morales, with very important professors. We were lucky to be with this say disciple of this, in particular with Ignacio Sola Morales, which is a professor who was not 50 but 45 years ago, was teaching, lecturing in a course something like this, was massive housing, was the title. Vivienda masiva in Spanish, in Catalan. And we remember it was funny because we remember we had, luckily we had some pictures of this visit. We went just in a moment when this new neighborhood, almost a new town, was finished, was built, was beginning the first inhabitants. So the town council in Amsterdam showed us the city of the future was the slogan. City of the future was Wilmermeer. So was in the best tradition in Europe, in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, the municipal council with the etc. And we were surprised because of the technology and the technology of the buildings and all the layout and the differentiation with the circulation, the housing, etc. So when we get back a couple of times, 2, 3, 4 years ago, it's funny because we made the same visit with people from the town council, and they say, okay, we are going to see the big mistake in the history of architecture in the Netherlands. The big mistake was not a problem of fast building or poor materials as happens in other situations, but they consider that there was a mistake in the way they apply so radically the principles of segregation, separation, the Athens Charter, that is what Rein Kool has said, which is not suspicious of being anti-modernist. So he said it was Siam urbanism of the 1930s, but using the 1960s and 70s. So the indicator, I think the main indicator is to go to the places and see how buildings and how cities and how neighborhoods are aging. It's like the persons, persons who age very well, and they get older, 70, 80, 90 years old, and they are in good, they are good looking, and etc. And there are others who don't age so well. So that happens with the buildings, and I think it's very important not just having the idea of the first moment of the first project of Toulouse-le-Mirail or Gropiusstadt in Berlin or Golden Lane, which was demolished in London, or Park Hill Estate, or many, many others. But I think it's very important. The main indicator is to see what happens, how is the situation today, because it's very important. I don't know, there are more indicators. The way the first project was considering open spaces, the relationship between housing and spaces in between. Is very important now. I think in many projects and many people are always insisting and focusing. Of course, this is a very important problem, but it's not a problem that we have been, we are not the first one. Either Jan Gell is, for instance, always insisting in this, and it's very important, and he's always connecting his point of view with the tradition of Jane Jacobs, etc. But there are much more, and they have a lot of reflection and experiences, some of them successful, many of them wrong, and there were failures, but we need to consider this, and that was the idea, and this is the, I think when I talk about indicators, there are many others, but those are, I think, the main ones, very important ones.
I have one question for you, Paola, because it was nice when you saw that chart of the population of that region decreasing, and in a certain moment it stops. And because here in Spain we have this issue that is called the empty Spain, like the power of attraction of the cities is very big, so the small regions and the small villages surrounding the city are getting empty. The people is getting older and no children are being born. So probably in the future, a lot of culture and knowledge that is traditionally transmitted from one generation to the other probably is going to disappear forever because there is no more people there. So it's kind of a sad thing. And I would like to ask you how this approach that you mentioned of protecting not only the physical landscape, but also the cultural landscape, help it to make young people stay in that place, like how this translates into specific measurements to make young people stay in their villages or in their regions. Thank you.
Paola?
Can I answer to the question? The result of the decline of a population is for not only because there is a new activity, but also because for the first time people recognize that is a beautiful place for their future. It's not only for working, but also for living. Because the increasing importance of the possibility to have a different field of interest, and at the same time a new important of the local resource with we said in creativity is not only repeat traditional way, a model, but also transforming in new way. I don't know if I can answer very well to you, but for me, it's important also something. They have a local cooking, very, very poor, because they are poor. They have some traditional production, very, very not sophisticated, but of their region. They open and they ask of the grandfather, father, grandmother, like they eat when they are young, and they prepare some book about the traditional way to cooking in that area. And for the grandfather is occasion to speak with their grandchildren for the first time, interested of their life. In this way, there is a transmission of a different generation of the local tradition, local event. And in this way, they prepare. If you want, I can show you, because I have in my library a special book. We said Orca Miseria. It's not able to translate, because it means orcha poor, and is expression of the poverty, the abandon. But it's the collection of the novel and the interview of young to old people, to have this historian of their father, grandfather, not tradition of the century, but the normal life of the grandfather. Second thing, they have invent some festival. This festival is not a normal festival. It's a festival of the region. And they involve young people, because the festival asks energy, inventive, creative, not only exposition. And in this way, you have many new occasions for young, and at the same time to appreciate the place. It is not only for rich people of abroad living there, like was in 18th century. Tuscany was a perfect, ideal place for living, for aristocratic people. But now is no more only for aristocratic people, or very rich people, or different for very poor people. No, is for normal and all type of social member of the community. And I think it's important that I have some tradition, but it's not a tradition of many years. They have a tradition very recently, like the theater of the people. They invent in the summer il teatro povero. It means a theater. All the inhabitants invent a theater story, and they become actors become also director. They are everything. There is a result of a collaboration of community. But for one piece during only in the summer, and involve the public space of this small center. Is a theater of Montichiello. Montichiello is a small village close to Pienza. And they organize in summer this special theater manifestation. And during the year, they prepare this. It's not only an event, but also preparation. It's a result of a community work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Can I make the
Sure.
question to Francisco Xavier?
Sure, Paola, yes, you can.
Perhaps you know that I am a student.
Okay, sorry.
Sí.
I think may
And I
ask
ask
you a
you.
question? Okay. Or maybe you first. No, I just want like to tell you something. Well, thanks for your lecture. I was very interested, and I think it was very nice this combination of this nice view Lorenzetti with the other more arid plan with data statistic. This combination I think is very, very important, because when you talk about this sort of plans for protection or plans for the management of the landscape, sometimes they are getting more and more, I would say, bureaucratic, with a lot of rules, and sometimes not so effective. But I think this perspective, more integrated, I think is really, really important. And I would like to ask you about one special plan in Italy, which was a very important reference for us during many years. Is the Parco Agricola di Milano. Parco Agricola di Milano. Remember, maybe Jose Maria Ezquiaga was saying something about that when we were very low, we had very few publications and works about this kind of approaches. We knew the years ago, maybe I think 1980s, the Parco Agricola di Milano. So I wonder what happened now. Is with the same methodology, not the same, but with an analogous methodology, indicators of the, I was talking, replying this question, referring to the buildings and housing estates. I think it's very important to know what has happened between the first plans up until now. Have been effective? You think it's two questions. Can we consider that it is now a sort of landscape plan, not just a plan for safeguarding the agriculture in the surroundings of a metropolitan area, Milano? And the second one, what are the results? So, because there are other experiences in Spain now. For instance, in Barcelona, you know, with the same name, the Parco Agrícola de Llobregat. It's a very urban area with very interesting landscape, but not this kind of landscape with the Valdorcia Park, but I think more similar to the landscape in the surroundings of Milano, with where you can see very valuable agricultural landscape with a lot of infrastructures and roads and industry in the middle. But still, it's very important and very difficult to know what is the best way and what are the strategies in Italy, and I guess in Milano, as they have been working for so many years. I don't know what are the results. So that's the issue I would like to know.
I can answer. Thank you very much, Joseph. I explain about the cultural landscape, and in order to have this attention where is not enough to prepare a landscape for protection, but also you have to support the development and the enhancement. For this reason, is different of the case of Parco Agricolo, where the consideration is a new area devoted to agriculture, where there is to be protected by the new expansion area, and not only to boundary this, but also to have like a park for people living in the city. It is a new category of park. And I think the experience of Milano is a good experience, but of a specific category for metropolitan area or area with agriculture inside, residual sometime, and they have not only to be protected, but also a big support for best living of the people around. We have also in Rome. Rome is the first capital in Europe for number of square kilometer of agriculture, because during the fascism, Rome was a small municipality. They enlarged the area of a municipality. It's become very, very large. Around the town, you have a very large surface devoted to the agriculture, and they are of municipality of Rome. And it's the contrary of Milan. Milan is a small municipality, but it's with it's a metropolitan area very large, very extended. In the other municipalities close to Milan. And for this reason, they have this big, important Parco Agricolo, as not Milan, because they have all built, but it's near Milan center, in order to have like a reserve for agricultural activity. They have this example repeating such other example in France, where the parc agricole it will be taken account for the same situation. What I can say, I continue to appreciate the specific part of the Milan, but it's not easy to reply because it's not coming from it's not up down, it's not participation result, it's not it's a big decision, important decision, a very special place for people living there, but it's not a applicable replied facility in another, only in the città diffusa. It means where you have some sprawl of urbanization, you need have some place with identity. And the identity of this place is a parco agricolo. For them, the parco agricolo become the factor of identity of people living in the border, because they have some time when they ask them, they say, I live near the parco agricolo. It means it's a modern address for the citizen of that anonymous place of metropolitan area outside of Milan. I have involved now in parco agricolo, in an example, but in a small area, because I think for some, is a parco agricolo of Assisi, is my region. And for this reason, I know what is the problem and is the importance, because it's not only for protect cultivation of a tradition, but also to protect the natural condition of our territory, where you have mixed. The mixité is important, have agriculture, industrial activity, living, not more separated like la ville industrielle di Tony Garnier, where everything is divided. It's better to consider, like you say in your lecture, that it's important to have the mixed use of the town and no more separation. And the porosity of the town is important. And for us, some town have some rural area inside. It is important not only because they are green, but also because it is some specific activity, production activity, not only for have a beautiful garden, but also because there is an important activity. We have many towns in Italy with big part of rural areas, very close of the housing estate block. And for example, when you say where is the housing block, close to the center, in the boundary of no? It's important. For example, you have Corviale. Corviale is a 1 kilometer big building. This is in countryside. Near you have pastoral land, and but there is the condition, very neglected condition, like you say, the indicator of there is not a good situation is for public space, because another question is park is a type of a public space, and we have some public space completely neglected, also in the center of the town. And it is not only an indicator of the new building, but also of the old building situation. Sorry, I said the condition of the public space indicator of the quality of the condition. Sometimes you have in the new, but you have also in the old town. Because it is old, it is not good. Sometimes it's good, but sometimes old is very with poor quality. And we need to improve a change, also if they're old, but it's not like a monument.
I have a question for Javier also. Students are first. Any other question for Javier or Paola? Well, the question is, in your opinion, what is the difference between the 20 minutes city and the neighborhood unit? What's the difference between the, now it's in fashion, the 20 minutes city, no? La cita de la proximidad, no? The next city, the close city, and is really based in the idea of the urban cell and the idea of the neighborhood unit. I use in the master plan for the city center of Madrid just the concept of urban cells. In my opinion, is more comprehensive than the concept used by Salvador Rueda in Barcelona or the superblocks, no? Because the cell included not only the regulation of the traffic, but also the equipment, facilities and equipments of proximity, no, to the housing, no. Overall, the idea of the close school, no, to the homes. But what's your opinion about that? No, but perhaps The neighborhood unit is thought for new extension of the city, new quarters, no? But maybe imported to the city center.
Thank you. Well, I think this is a very an issue that I have been very interested in this issue because it relates the somehow new theories of the 15 minutes or 20-minute city with all this tradition. Mm-hmm. So I think it's always one question that I think it was Peter Hall who always said, this never fails. So it's very important. If you ask yourself, how different, what is new, how new, up to what point is new or not so new? I think this is the very interesting question, because starting with the second part of your commentary, I think it's very interesting, of course, not just the idea, but the strategy of the super blocks, especially in Barcelona, and now I think it was assumed in Madrid and in other cities, in Vitoria. We have been trying to implement here in Zaragoza too, but the idea, looking from this point more, the theoretical point of view, that the theoretical base of this strategy, I think it's much better if you know all these traditions, even if you are not an urban historian, planning historian, you are not interested especially in history, but just for considering the power of this kind of concepts, because they are being enriched more and more with the condition that you know where they come. So I remember talking with Salvador Rueda years ago when he was always working with this very important stuff in a city like Barcelona. And now in the last years they have been implementing this issue. But he always was referring to get back to the Le Corbusier, to the super block in the Cerdà, the Plan Cerdà for Barcelona, and the different versions, and the Plan Macià, which was doing and making another way of managing traffic, but it was also very related to this theory of the environmental areas, I call them Buchanan. So they're all very different traditions which converge. And I think this process of convergence is very important in the same way as when you see these urban blocks in Rotterdam or in Paris, the Îlot Ouvert, or in Italy or in Spain. I think it's very useful to know the connections, the connection between Olympic Village in Barcelona and the Amsterdam, the plan for Amsterdam Sur. So this kind of connection, sometimes we or the authors are not very conscious sometimes. And I think it's very interesting, because when you are talking about the next city, it is very important and very actual. It is a good strategy, but I think you have to consider the advantages and the problems and the risk, because it's not the first time that we propose. Well, first the mayor of Paris, I think the name of Carlos Moreno, the assessor, the inventor of this 15-minute city. I think it's one part is the slogans are sometimes very useful. Slogans, so you can use slogans for, say, remember in Barcelona, Ignasi Solomon was saying at the beginning, oh, it's really impressive the power of the slogans. You say, we must open the city to the sea.
Yeah.
And we say, we must open Zaragoza to the river. And it sounds a bit of slogans market, but it's very important because it's a powerful idea. And so this idea of the next city, they are using some of the keywords I show in the first slide of my presentation. I was mixing different discourses about this, and I found that we always talk about complexity, we talk about community, we talk about proximity, we talk about the distances and balance and neighborhood. And so the recovering the idea of the neighborhood, recovering the idea of the community, now especially in the last times and the last months with this situation of the pandemic, has been so important that many people have been realizing that the neighborhood is not easy to recover as it used to be, the neighborhood of the old times. But these are so important, the reflection, the experiences around all this idea of the neighborhood unit. I would say, on the other, with other words, it would be stupid not to consider these experiences, this tradition. What happened with the Abercrombie plan for London was based in this idea. We must recover the neighborhoods, the communities, all this idea of the very organicist, the organicist idea was based in this distance. We are always talking now that the children have to go to the school by foot, if not by bike. And people have to go to the main facilities, or at least to the first level, to the second level. So all this was the nucleus of the neighborhood unit idea, with Clarence Perry. This because I think the reason because the American cities in the 1920s were exploding. Maybe several decades before the European cities, because they had more cars and the urban sprawl and all the decentralization processes. So it was very, it was normal that all these theories start in the Chicago school, and now they are more important here. It used to be in Barcelona or Madrid or in other cities in the 1950s, 1960s. Because now we have our problems are more and more similar to some American cities, because we are existing to this explosion of the cities, urban sprawl, etc. So the will to recover the spirit of community, I think is very, very, very important. It's not just an issue of sociologists. It's in the nucleus of the urban discourse, the urban planning tradition, at least since the 1920s, 30s, up until now. So I think that this connection is very, very important. And just, just that we are talking about this, Jose Maria, I would like to maybe ask you to ask. We have been presenting two different presentations. Paola Falini, wonderful presentation about landscape, and mine about housing estate. So very different, but it's curious that when you look, you think about the keywords. So I was thinking, of course, it's another issue. You are talking about landscape and park. I was talking about buildings and modernism. But in some way, we are thinking in similar concepts and strategies. So you will now say it's not enough to protect. So when we are involved in this, not just analysis, but the problem of the legacy of the modernist legacy, all these buildings is a cultural legacy. the Docomomo organization realized this, including some of them, the best one, the best building in the listing of Docomomo. But the problem is much more important. It's a kind of cultural landscape, for instance, a cultural landscape, an urban historic landscape, not as the historic center, but very important for many reasons. And we are using the same concept. It's not enough to make a list. Is of course important, but sometimes even it could be even contradictory. So because you can freeze the landscape or the cultural urban landscape and also buildings and modern buildings. So there are these key concepts and key words that could be used in both ways. So I would like to ask you, José María Azqueaga, as the global vision of the course, of the master, if you, how you see this parallelism? Is maybe for you they are a bit exaggerated or not?
No, it's coherent. It's coherent because I knew, for instance, Paola was a student with Giancarlo Di Carlo, no? Giancarlo Di Carlo and the connection with the Team 10, and you can see the connection, the former and the last and the Asian connection between the two worlds, and how in Urbino, no, the work of Giancarlo Di Carlo in Urbino just put together both traditions. At the same time, it's a great project for an historic city, but also for the landscape, and perhaps all the concepts about not the concepts, but the practice, no? On cultural urban landscape are in nuce, as the Italians said in German, in Urbino, no? And perhaps when I was reading about the organization in the 50s, no, the architecture in the 50s was the urban planning in the 60s was rejected as old-fashioned, not interested at all, and now we are rediscovering. For instance, I remember when I talked with the first time I talked with Salvador Rueda on Buchanan. Oh yeah, this is just Buchanan. No, what about Buchanan? What Buchanan was a rediscovery. Probably we must, in each generation, the students must rediscover and reinvent many things. But it's, in my opinion, the more intelligent strategy is to know about the past, not to preserve it or to keep tied to the past, but not to repeat the mistakes. First, the most important, you said, not repeat again, yet and again, the same mistakes in the city and planning, no? Big projects with no sense, iconic architects who finally doesn't connect with the city necessities, and many other issues, no, in these years. But it's necessary to know about the story, the history, and about the basis of the theory, just for creation, because creation never is in the empty, never grows from the empty space or the empty idea. Needs a tissue, needs a fabric in which to be inserted, the new. No? And this dialogue is presented now, because now is renewed the interest in the 50s. Now are in fashion. We can read again about what to say. For instance, I'm sure many students are interested and knew the case study houses in Pacific Palisades in Los Angeles, for instance. now are in fashion. When he was a student, were forbidden. We can only mention Aldo Rossi or Vittorio Gregotti. And so, because the architecture of the 50s and 60s in the United States was completely rejected as American and international style, nothing connected with the necessities of the Mediterranean city and the vernacular architecture, Spanish vernacular architecture, like in Italy. No? Well, perhaps I am going far away from the main topic, the main issue, but my position is now we are in the best position to understand the theories, the past, the heritage in thought, and create new concepts, new ideas. Because for the new times, we need new ideas. It's not possible to manage the climate change with Giancarlo Di Carlo only. But the sensibility of many old-fashioned figures and architects in the 50s and 60s and early 60s is really important, because they have the métier, as the French said. They have the another word in English, the oficio, no? What will be
the craft, maybe. I don't know, the craftsman.
In the sense of the, because architecture is a synthesis, a very strange syntax between the craft in some way and the knowledge, and the most sophisticated knowledge with the more close and artist approach to the craftsman. Well, this is my opinion in this sense. No? But this is the reason, because we must reintroduce the delight of history in our knowledge and in our teaching also, after many years. Well, perhaps we are past time, no? Rosario?
Paola, you have your microphone mute. I think you were saying something. And I invite you to ask maybe the last question. Otherwise, if you don't have them,
any other question from the students? No, not.
We can close it here if you.
I have a question.
Well.
I always hear the School of Chicago. And I don't know it very well. What do you refer with School of Chicago in urbanism?
Mm-hmm.
That is my
Javier. The sociologist.
Yeah, the School of Chicago. I mean, they are the Barges and all these people who first were influenced by the German theories of Ferdinand Tönnies and sort of sociologists and philosophers who were very involved and very interested, specifically in this issue of communities. And well, there is a long and very complex discussion, but very interesting in Germany first, and then in Chicago, about the difference between society and community, and Jellinfans and Gemeinschaft, which are very complex concepts in the sociology theory. But the interesting issue is that at the beginning, this was as many theories in architecture and urban planning they came from other fields, from other traditions and other disciplines. Those came from the sociology. And many people were interested because they found, as we are experiencing now in cities here, right, in Spain, there are more and more the sociological dimension is important in architecture and sociology. At that time, at the beginnings of the century, the Chicago School was a Chicago School of sociologists, also economists, and people who were studying the city and made the famous diagrams of Chicago, when you can see the logic of the aggregation and separation first because of class and race and different social groups, and the city center was the logic of the typical North American city, and they wanted to extrapolate this to other cities. And there are a lot of people in all the world, in Europe, who have been studying especially Western cities according to this model. Even it could be a bit strange, but you can find even in Madrid some diagrams who seems in the 1940s, 1950s, where you see the diagonal and the social diagonal and the difference between the rich neighborhoods and the popular and the proletarian neighborhoods. So all this concern was related to the idea of the social structure of the city. And the social structure of the city has, of course, much to do with urban structure, with the balance, with all. It was a starting point for many people in all the urban planning, urban design, and architectural culture. So I think it's very important to know for architects, not investigate what happened in Chicago, but at least knowing these theories, and when Clarence Perry invented the neighborhood unit, was of course part of this brainstorming at that time. So that at the end of the day, you find some physical and architectonic translation of this, because and there are many it's difficult now to explain all the derivatives and the tradition, but when I refer to a School of Chicago, is a School of Chicago in urbanism with this very important sociological dimension. And they have several keywords, but one very important is was community, because the problem was that they were losing the links in the neighborhoods, and they wanted to recovering this in another way, with in the era of the car and the distances and other issues. So, and I think this not so far away from our concerns today about the proximity. When we talk, going back to this idea of the 15-minute or 20-minute city, we always have to realize that there's another situation, is the situation in the city center in Paris, where the mayor is working with this idea, and the other reality is the situation in the Paris of almost 10 million inhabitants of the metropolitan area. So, and that happens there in Madrid, in Barcelona, in other cities. So I think it's very important to see to think about the different ways of thinking the community and the neighborhood, and the proximity and the distances and all this.
And some additional point is interesting, because School of Chicago means have a lot of meanings. For instance, if we were in a faculty of economics, a School of Chicago are the neoliberalism brought the times of Reagan. No,
Chicago boys.
School of Chicago is
Chicago Boys and the Wisconsin Boys. Right?
Excuse me.
Chicago Boys, and on the other hand, when were the Wisconsin Boys.
Yes, they were really. They introduced a very dogmatic neoliberalism in Latin America.
Yes, a different issue.
Yes, in the 80s. It's also the City Beautiful and Burham. But now it's especially interesting the sociological school of Chicago because they were the first to understand the social structure of cities and the connection between the different geography areas of the city and the level of rent, the level of economic level. They identify different patterns in different American cities in the distribution of the different social groups in order of the wealth overall, the wealth of the different groups. In Chicago was really easier because the most of the poor people were Black, and the first researchers that established how one group move from one place to other according with the prices of the land, and the movements in the American city through some areas become better and in other areas become worse and decline and really dangerous areas of the city. You have a lot of examples in, for instance, in New York, Williamsburg was dangerous and an area in decline 20 years ago. Now is in fashion with all the young people. Is the Barrio de Lavapiés of New York. No? And now, because of the riots, the racial riots in Minneapolis, you can distinguish perfectly where the riots succeed, because are the district in which the majority of the population is poor and Black, and is associated, or poor and Spanish. And in Chicago, rich people is in the north, close to the lake, and the Loop, which is the business area, is the better area, of course. And it's very interesting. It's an area with more parks, more facilities, indeed clean air. And the south is more is occupied by Black people. The terrible is the quarters in which these riots are taking place are the poorest. Are the poorest. They are the damage is not created in the rich quarters or in the rich areas of the city. The case of the White House is symbolic. The riots take place in the poorest quarters of the city. This was the reason for a person from Europe who don't understand the structure of the American city, when they say riots in the city center. In many cities, in many American cities, around it, the business core, the downtown, the next circle around the downtown is very poor. And the middle class and upper class is outside the city, are in the Garden City and the suburbs. Very, very far from the city center usually. But in Chicago, the best area is, of course, the lake, and the upper class choose the lake. No? But it's very interesting to understand that you can read the city. When I read the newspaper, I can imagine the diagrams of the School of Chicago, because the quarters are not the same, because some of the poorest quarters in the beginning of the 20th century now have become, through gentrification, places for the elite. No? But many others are the same. Is the case in Bronx, or Queens in New York. No? Harlem is changing. Harlem is becoming a new fashion quarter and is inside Manhattan and is in the core of the elite. But another quarters are as bad as usual. And it's very interesting that in Madrid, I can read or in Zaragoza, any map around the distribution of the pandemic, of the corona, around the different quarters of the city. But in New York, there are maps of the distribution of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And it's not a surprise, it's not shocking that the distribution is more pandemia, more deaf people in the poorest quarters. For instance, in New York, in Queens, in the worst part of Queens, in Bronx, surprisingly in Staten Island in some way. Probably there may be some marginal areas inside Staten Island, but it's mathematics. The American city can be studied by physics, best done from architects or sociologists, because it's so clear, so defined in the processes, and always the same, So
maybe
in theory, understand to read the newspaper today. Maybe the conclusion.
No, maybe just one issue, Jose Maria, because maybe for the students are architects that sometimes, for in my courses, they say, oh, so everything is sociology and economics, so what happens with us architects? What can we do? So in this case, but I think it's interesting, the issue of, in Detroit, one of the worst or the more decline and poor cities in the States. Even so, you can see Lafayette Park by Mies van der Rohe is a fantastic neighborhood. It's a neighborhood unit, and it's very close to the center. And so I think it's a lesson there to learn. You learn is a high quality neighborhood can survive even in this situation. So, and this is has much to do with the quality of the housing state, the landscape, the design, and the housing and everything. In this case, so this to give a positive message for the students who design buildings and cities.
Perfecto. Bueno, ahora no sé si ya.
Yeah, so then we can close it here. Yes, if you don't have any more questions, thank you very much to Paola and to Javier for participating today. Also for to Jose Maria for joining us for the debate and presenting the guests. And we'll see you all tomorrow with the next session of Urban Design.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice evening.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you very much, Javier.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, and thank you very much, Paola.
Thank you.
Arrivederci, Paola.
Thank you. Thank you very much.